Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio and welcome to the Paint Arcade. We are going to look at another image from the video game world, from the digital sphere, and we are going to transform it into a painting. And a few weeks ago, we took an image from Fortnite. This is the character Raven, which we transformed into a painting. I'll just show you the original side by side. So that was the original image that we created, and then we transformed it into this painting on a 9 by 12 sized canvas. So we did that a few weeks ago. Today we are going to do a totally different artwork, of course. And we are going to paint Calamity, also from the Fortnite franchise. So we're going to take this image that you see here on the screen, and we are going to get a blank canvas. Oops. I just got a brand new canvas that I've prepped for today's episode right here. And let's get right to it. You may or may not be familiar with Fortnite, but millions, hundreds of millions of people around the world are and love the Fortnite franchise. So if you don't know anything about Fortnite, we'll give you a little bit of an introduction today, and we're going to teach you a little bit about how to paint. And if you're watching this video long after it aired, or maybe a few hours after it aired, you can always just go to the very end of the video, check it out, see if you like how it turned out, and if you go like, wow, actually that turned out pretty good, then go back to the beginning, join me here, and pick up where you left off. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to mention here is, you see me kind of flexing this canvas. What I've done is I get these canvases from, I order them off Amazon. There's a link in the description below. And I buy them, take them out of the plastic. They usually come individually wrapped. Again, this is a 9 by 12 sized canvas. And before I do anything, what I do is I put some acrylic gesso on the surface here. And in the most recent episode of the Master Study series that I do, and there's a link for that below, I showed a little bit about how I apply gesso. Here's a big jug of it, 60 bucks for this big pail, which is a great deal. This is definitely one of the least expensive gessos that you can get. This is the Opus brand, which is a fairly big art supply company here in Canada. And I brushed it all over the surface of the canvas. And then I let it dry overnight. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a little bit of a sanding. Now I applied it pretty thick, so there's quite a lot of texture on the canvas here. So I'm going to sand that off. I'm using a 100 grit sandpaper just to take some of the big peaks off of the canvas here. There's quite a lot of texture. My goal isn't to get rid of all of the texture, because ideally the paint that we put on top will fill in any of the remaining little peaks and valleys here. Just to get the... I want it to be as ideally as smooth as possible, especially for the painting we're about to do today, because there's a lot of detail in there. And if you're doing a painting that's got a lot of detail, it can be very frustrating to paint on a raw canvas, or this isn't raw, but this is a freshly gessoed canvas, and it has a texture that is very similar to the sandpaper. Some artists love this particular surface to paint on. I'm not one of them. I really like as much of a smooth surface as possible, to the point where I often will paint on panels, on wood panels, plywood. Okay. So there's also quite a lot of fine powder that's coming off. Ideally I would do this outside, so I'm not going to get not only powder around my working space, but so that I'm not inhaling it, it's not getting blown all around my studio. So to that end, I'm just going to take an old rag here and just wipe away as much of this residue as possible. Right, look at that. You can see all of this. So what gesso is essentially is acrylic paint with a kind of plaster in it. And some gessos are just that, literally just like a matte medium with plaster in it. And this Opus brand looks a little bit more like it's got a bit more of a plasticky kind of quality to it than some other ones. Some of them have are a lot more grainy, so just something to kind of be mindful of, or just kind of, because that is, as I said, probably the cheapest gesso that you can buy. You can spend easily for that same size of container $150, $200. Okay, so I got a nice surface here. I did apply this quite thickly, so you could see that it's kind of warped. So before I do anything here, I'm just going to try to bend it back into position a little bit. And it's kind of tough because I'm not sure what's inside of here. I thought it was wood, but it might be just a really thick cardboard or MDF wood, which is like a composite wood made of sawdust and glue. Anyway, I got that done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer the outline onto the canvas. And you're like, wow, that's cool. Where do I get that? Well, let's take a look. I have already done an outline for today's episode. That's what it looks like. And I'm going to show you where you can download it and you put it onto your picture. So you see that we're just beginning this Paint Arcade series. If you go to number 2 here to Fortnite Calamity, you're going to see there's 3 files. There's going to be the original image and the outline. Now, one thing you might notice, if you look at the bottom of the original image, you can see there's something kind of funny about these feet. And that's because I couldn't find an original image that had her whole body in it. I found some that had her upper torso, obviously, but it cropped off at the bottom. And then I found some other images that had some of her feet, but maybe were cropped off a little bit higher. I don't know why. I didn't quite have that same problem with Raven, but with Calamity, I couldn't find one. So I've done a little bit of photoshopping to glue them, stitch them together, and then hopefully solved all those problems in the outline itself. So let's get to the outlining process. How do we do this? Now, of course, you could just... let's look at this here. You could just draw it out all by yourself, and I did teach a whole 40-episode intro to drawing course, a basic drawing class, on YouTube. It's free. You can watch it at your convenience. There's a link in the description below. That's why I keep pointing down. So if you're interested in learning a little bit more about how to draw, including if you wanted to learn how you could draw people, animals, still lifes, landscapes, all that kind of fun stuff, check out the description and teach yourself another new skill besides painting. It's totally for beginners, so you shouldn't feel intimidated at all. I get lots of messages every single day from people who are taking that class and love it. So it seems to work for a lot of people, including a lot of people that paint with me have said it was a really helpful, valuable experience. Okay. So this is the first time I've used this gesso, and I will say it is a little bit more as this kind of on the acrylic side, so it's a little bit sticky, which often the gessos that I use don't quite. They're just a little bit more plastery, I guess. Okay, so I'm trying to get this image sorted here, and when in doubt with people, you always want maybe a little bit more space at the very top for their head. So I'm just giving a little bit of extra wiggle room there rather than at the bottom. Okay. So the other thing, and you can print this, you can download it from the Dropbox, print it out using photocopied paper, printer paper. I've got a little bit of a heavier cardstock, which actually makes life a little bit more difficult because I have to press a little bit harder on this next step. So I'm going to use some carbon paper, and you can use graphite paper for this. You can get it at your local art supply store, or even often fabric stores will have it, because people do this same process to transfer patterns onto clothes that they're about to cut out and transform into all sorts of fashionable items. Okay, so now I'm going to take a colored pencil and I'm going to quickly go around this image. Now there's a lot of detail in here, and I'm not going to capture most of it. I just want to get the basic shapes in here, and then I'll use my eyes to fill in the rest of the detail. So all of these little spikes on her shoulder pads, don't need that. I'll get the fingers, but I'm not going to get these little things on the back side. Maybe I'll put one little line there to show where it goes. Let's get her hair up here. In the past, I've tried to do a bunch of this tracing stuff at the very, I do it off camera and then speed through it at the beginning of an episode. Didn't have a chance to do that over the most recent past few weeks, just because I just started teaching at the university where I teach at for the past 10 years, and classes began this week. So needless to say, I've been a little bit busy getting ready for school, and we're teaching in person for the first time in a year and a half. I've been online teaching just like I'm doing now at the university for it seems like years now. So it's kind of a little bit it's a little strange going back into a classroom of people and seeing their faces, although everyone's wearing masks. But it's my wife and I have a young daughter, and we've been definitely very insulated. Having a young child, basically it's like being in quarantine. You barely leave the house. So a lot of people say, like, oh, what was your whole experience like? And you're like, I don't know, barely noticed it, because we've just been in the house anyway. If we had an older child or we were younger, we would have been itching to get out and do fun things, but there hasn't been many opportunities for us to do that. So going back into a classroom feels like a almost alien experience for me. It's like, Oh, weird. People can see me from the waist down. I've been, even I start to wonder if I actually have knees under here. So, we're almost done this process. A lot of detail just gets obliterated when we move into the next few steps. So, I just don't even bother putting it in here because it's just a waste of time, quite frankly. You just want the basic shapes. Okay, I think that's good enough. Alright, let's take a look here. It looks like we missed the dog's face a bit. And there we go. One thing, again, about this new gesso, which I just used for the very first time yesterday, is you could see that because it's a little bit more, it's got maybe a higher acrylic to plaster ratio, is it's got still that kind of sticky quality that acrylic paint might have. And so some of the carbon paper has transferred into areas I didn't want. Now we're going to paint over everything in a moment, so it's not that big of a deal, but it is just a little disappointing, I guess I could say. So in order, let's see if I can just use an eraser and just calm this stuff down a bit. Because really, I just don't want any of this mixing into my paint. So, okay. Again, this canvas really worked out. That's surprising. So there's a bunch of things I'm learning about that gesso. This canvas keeps on wanting to curl. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do, and this is what I've been doing for years now, is applying a colored ground to this surface. So there's, I would say, most people who teach art on YouTube will immediately start painting color into the various different places in the painting, which works, and you get some, you know, good results that way. I'm a little bit more of a traditionalist, and I like to use some of the techniques of the great artists of the past, and one of those techniques is to apply what's called an imprimatura, which is a colored ground, a colored wash that you would put down first that will sometimes act as like a middle ground to other colors. So typically artists over the past 5 centuries will apply a warm brown or a kind of a rusty red color to the surface, and then apply paint over top of it. I've done that in some of my previous episodes, but just to speed things up, I've sort of settled on this warm yellow. And you'll see the exact warm yellow that I use shortly here. So I'm going to now mix, I put a little bit of water in here, and then I'm going to mix it into the water. That might be a little bit much. I just really like the effect that this creates. It gives it a bit of that warm Kodachrome kind of vibe. Everything just sort of glows with some warmth, and I love it. I know not everybody is a fan of it. Let's just put this excess water here. And then we'll brush it all over the canvas, including the sides. So one of the things this is going to do is it's going to help seal those pencil marks in so that I don't have to really worry about my future lines smudging and creating a mess. There's a little bit of water that was on that canvas, which is kind of dripping and stuff. That's not such a problem. It doesn't bother me too much. I really like getting the edges of my paintings done, and just find that that looks really nice, especially if you don't frame your pictures, which most people aren't going to go to the trouble of framing their paintings, especially a painting that they might make for a class like this. So if you're not going to frame it, then a good little strategy is just to get the edges cleaned up a little bit. And so now I'm just wiping some of the excess paint off. As I said, there was quite a lot of water in here. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Again, you can see it really warping. It's warping so much that it makes me feel like it would be a good idea to put some paint on the back side of the canvas to counteract that warping. But we'll see after we're done what the overall effect is. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this. And the blow drying will just help speed up the process, because nobody wants to sit here and watch paint dry, do they? Okay. So I'm going to mute the microphone for a Awesome. Okay, so maybe before I go on, let's just take a quick look at a few things on the computer that I want to show. So we learned a little bit about where to download the template from the Dropbox. Again, that's in the description below. And then I want to let you know that there's a Facebook page just for people that are painting along with me, and I strongly encourage you to join the Facebook page and upload your version of today's painting or any other painting you happen to be working on, because every month we get together and we have a feedback episode where I take a look at all the artwork that you guys have been making, and we celebrate it, and I give you some constructive advice on how you might be able to make it look even better. So here's a couple paintings from some of the more recent episodes we've done. Van Gogh, Look at these. These are awesome. These are all episodes that we did where I showed people how to make these paintings. Some of these are some of the most famous paintings ever. This is a painting we made just yesterday, and that's when I was saying I was showing people how to gesso canvas at the very beginning of that episode if you want a little bit more information. So let's just take a couple of quick seconds here just to talk a little bit about Fortnite for those of you that aren't video game players yourselves. Fortnite has only been around for 4 years, and over that period of time, it has taken over the world. Fortnite is the most popular video game on Earth. At this very moment, there's somewhere between 6 to 12 million people, at least, playing Fortnite around the world against one another in groups of up to about 100 people. So you can play it by yourself, but you can also play online in these massive virtual worlds that you can run around in, and you build buildings and forts, and then also accumulate different weapons and prizes. And the goal ultimately is to be the last person standing, so that everyone is moving around in this space and people are fighting and battling with one another. The battle royale is the really their kind of the main Fortnite game. There's a few other gameplay options in there, but the battle royale is certainly the one that is the most popular. Let's take a quick look at who Calamity is. So Calamity is clearly based off of the frontier woman Calamity Jane, or Martha Jane Canary, who was a very famous sharpshooter and scout who lived in between 1852 to 1903. She's also very famous for touring with Buffalo Bill's Wild West show. She didn't do that many shows, but she, because Buffalo Bill went all, or Wild Bill Hitchcock went all, Wild Bill Hickok traveled all over the world, went to Europe, Canada, all over the United States, performing his show, which would feature himself, sharpshooters like Calamity Jane, and also indigenous people dressed up in sometimes their ceremonial garb, sometimes some kind of weird clash, a bunch of different mishmash of clothing, and do some demonstrations of some of their dancing and music. Anyway, the whole Buffalo Bill's Wild West show was instrumental in sort of cementing many of the myths about the particularly American West and frontier, and certainly establishing some stereotypes for indigenous people which have carried on over the past 100 years. We won't go too much more into her biography because she's really only the inspiration for today's character. So in Fortnite, you're given the opportunity to select a skin, and a skin is like an avatar. It's like the look of your character. And one of the most interesting things about Fortnite is the options for the skin that, or the character that you can inhabit as you move through that space is really, really broad. They're always adding new characters, and they're also retiring certain characters. I'm not even sure if you can get Calamity anymore. Sometimes I think both Raven and Calamity might have been retired. So if you bought her, or you got her in the past, you should be able to still use that character. But new gamers will have to select from some of the new characters that are being released. So let's see. Another interesting thing about Fortnite is as you move through the game, you accumulate different things, and one of which is you can accumulate your costume will literally change. So here's what Calamity looks like when you first activate that skin, and then over time you start getting more and more things. You get this like really cool jacket that kind of glows, which is what we're going to be painting today. And obviously the different colors also represent different stages of your achievement throughout the game, right? So let me see if there's any additional info here to look at. Right, so she was introduced in Season 6. Now, as I said, Fortnite began, I think, in late June 2017, and they were releasing new updates or new seasons every 2 or 3 months thereafter. I'm not even sure what season we're on right now, but so Season 6 was in September, just a little bit over a year after the game originally premiered. So I think it's absolutely fascinating, the whole Fortnite kind of universe. There's somewhere around 350 million people who regularly play Fortnite. Not everybody's on all at the same time, but there's been times where there's been upwards of 70 to 80 million people playing the game all at once when they do large tournaments. Anyway, so let's jump into this painting here and get some paint onto the canvas so that we can transform our image into a really cool painting. I'm really excited about this because the one that we did for Raven is really one of my favorite paintings that we've done in one of these online classes. So I'm anticipating we're going to have a great time today as well. Now, a few things I'll mention about the materials that I'm using here in a moment. All of the paint that I need can fit inside of a shoebox. And that's really important to me, that my materials are simple, that they're relatively inexpensive. All of these materials that we're going to use cost about $150 in total. And all of this paint should be able to last you about 80 paintings, right? So 80 paintings for $150. These canvases cost about $2 from Amazon. You can get cheaper ones from your local dollar store. I think the ones off of Amazon or from your local art supply store are much better than the cheap ones at the dollar store for only an extra $1. Sometimes you can overpay for these and spend about $5, $6, $7 on them. I think that's a little bit too much. But for $2, $2.25 or so, it works out to, because you get about 50 of them in one pack for about $80 or something. It turns out to be a really, really great deal. Anyway, all of the paint that I'm going to use today, you can find links in the description below to exactly their names. Now, you don't need to use the brand that I'm using. You can use any brand of acrylic paint. It's just that, and actually, I created a video showing what colors from like all of the major acrylic brand companies. I show which colors I would buy if I was painting with Golden or Opus brand or Daler Rowney, or what's another famous acrylic brand? The Paint Loft series from, or the Artist Loft series from Michael's Art Supply. So you could do this with any brand of paint, and I do suggest that you try to get the ones that I'm using. You're going to get much better results than if you just, you know, if they don't sell the blue and you're like, oh, I'll just get this other one, it kind of looks the same. You're probably going to be disappointed with some of those results. So just as a heads up, because we've had that conversation many times throughout these episodes. So here's my basic color set. My palette is composed, what we call this a split primary palette. And in the split primary palette, we have 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues. You've probably heard of people talk about primary colors. Often when people think of primary colors, they think of 1 yellow, 1 red, and 1 blue. And that's how I learned to paint. And I was just constantly frustrated with my inability to get certain colors, and then I'd have to go buy a green or an orange and a purple and all these other colors to complement my primaries, and then colors just started being really weird and they didn't match, and I couldn't figure out what's going on. So then I spent years doing research trying to figure out a better system, and this is where I've arrived to. And I'm not the only, this is not like I've invented anything off, but this is certainly a system that has worked. We've painted the Mona Lisa, all the most famous paintings in human history, and we've been able to do it with just these number of colors. You know, I do have black, but I'll probably, and we'll use a little bit of black in today's episode, but really close towards the very end. So I'll show you how to basically make your own black and gray without using black, which is also something that's maybe a little bit different than me, that I do, that some other YouTubers, you know, use a lot of black. I think learning how to mix all your colors yourself is a really good idea, because it really helps you understand how the colors behave. Now, let's look at the image here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to paint the background first. So I'm going to paint the background first, and then I'm going to paint the foreground, which is Calamity herself. And then I'm going to go back and paint a little more in the background, and then go back into the foreground. So the first thing I want to do is mix this purple. Now there is this gradient here in behind her, and then it goes kind of back out to this darker purple. I think I'm just going to make it one solid, consistent purple throughout, and I'll show you how I do that. The first coat is probably going to have a little bit more white in it, and then maybe the second one will be a little bit darker. So let's start out, and I'm going to need a lot more paint too to do this. So to mix a really nice purple, I'm going to mix my cool red and my warm blue together. So we're going to put it right here. So let's get a bunch of this cool red, and then let's kind of just take a bit of the warm blue together. Let's blend this here. As I said, one of the things I had so much frustration with when I just used a pure primary palette with just one red and one blue is I always found that my purples in particular they just looked like brown. And that's because often I would be using a warm red and a warm blue, or a warm red and a cool blue, not usually a magenta. Magenta's got this, you know, it looks maybe a little bit more like a pinkish color. So this is the secret to getting a really nice, beautiful purple. So let's look on the screen. Oops, let's put them side by side here. So that color looks great. It might need a little bit more blue. That's a little good. That's good. But obviously it needs some white as well. So let's take a big scoop of white. Not sure if we'll put all of that in there. All of a sudden we start putting that white in and we can see the purple for what it truly is. Now that's great. That's basically the color that we want, but I think I want to put even more paint in here. So I'm going to, because we're going to do a few layers of this, and I really want this color to be very consistent if possible. So let's mix this red in here. Right, and then the color, we get a different kind of purple, much more of a red purple. So let's make it go blue again. Take some of our warm blue. Bit more white back into this color. You don't need to put a lot of white in. The white will transform any color pretty quickly. So is this going to be my base layer for the background? I'm going to put maybe a little bit more of it in. so that my subsequent layer won't get too dark. And then I'm really mixing it up good so that I don't get a surprise little bit of one extra color kind of coming through here. I want this to be nice and consistent. Okay, so I got that color nicely mixed. It's a gorgeous purple. I haven't really painted too many purple things now that as I think about it, so it's kind of fun to mix a big batch of purple. Okay, so now I'm gonna paint this all over the surface, and I already know some people are gonna say, like, that's cool, but why even bother painting all of this yellow when you're just gonna completely cover it with the purple? Well, the way that color works is, even though I don't necessarily consciously aware that I see this color here, it is going to be there. In the same way that if you get a sandwich, you know, you may not be able to see some of the toppings inside because they're hidden by the bread, but you can certainly taste the mustard. You can taste the mayonnaise. And so it's the same sort of thing. Even though you might not be able to see much or any of this yellow by the end, your brain is, you are seeing it. Your brain is just maybe not as aware of you seeing it. So one of the things I'm trying to do is paint right up and over top of these pencil lines. And that's going to help me later on here, as you will see. The only thing I don't really want is ridges on here, because ridges will make my life a little bit more difficult. I don't care about the overlap so much. And also I'm using a fairly big paintbrush to do all of this as well, because I don't want to get into the weeds just yet, fiddling with little tiny brushes. We'll do all of, well, there's lots of fiddling to come in this painting, so don't, if you're one of those persons that loves to fiddle, there will be lots of fiddling. Lots of little detail. I suspect today's painting will take about 3 hours, 3.5 hours long. So you can see I just painted over the spur on the back of her boot there. I'll paint it back in later on, but it's, rather than sort of spending hours outlining all that kind of stuff, and I'm just going to paint right over it and then recreate it later. I mean, it's not a major detail that I won't, I really only use the template and the drawing to help me with my composition, to get the character centered on the page, get the proportions roughly right, and then everything else I rely on my drawing ability, which is why drawing is so important for painters, to figure out where the rest of the smaller details go. Okay, so let's come back up here on her arm. So already we're transforming this canvas. Now you can see there's all of these areas that are, we can see that yellow coming through, and it's not really pleasant, right? That's okay, because this is still our first layer of this purple. When we put the next layer on, all of that will disappear, and we'll have this just gorgeous layer of beautiful purple that will glow with warmth because of the colors that we put, this yellow we put down underneath it. You know what? I'm just gonna paint kind of right over those fingers. Any little details after I'm done this stage here, the background, I probably am gonna paint over a few things with some white and then put yellow back over top. That's a bit of another one of my little secrets here. Okay. Oops. Come on. There we go. So, I've still got a pretty good amount of paint left over because I'm going to paint the rest of I'm going to paint another layer of the background again. I might want to make a little bit more because in this next stage I don't want to be kind of caught with too little paint. Because especially if I want a nice unified surface, then it's really important that I'm not mixing as I go. Not that there's anything wrong with that. There's plenty of paintings that I've done over the past year and a half or year since we began this series, where we've had lots of variation in the backgrounds, and generally I love that. But like the version of Raven there in the background, it looks so clean and perfect when we do it this way we're about to do. So I think you're going to be really excited. Yeah, so really throughout this entire painting, it doesn't require a lot of, you know, talent or genius, skill or ability. It just requires a little bit of patience. So everything I'm going to show you, anyone can learn how to do. I'm not going to do any editing. It's just all happening in real time. Some takes a little bit, as I said, a little bit slower. It's in certain stages. So for instance, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to blow dry this, and then we're going to mix a little bit more purple, and then we're going to apply that purple over the background again and get a nice unified surface. And then we're going to work on painting Calamity in the center. Okay, so I'll just mute the microphone. Okay, so now that's dry. It should be dry enough that I should be able to wipe my hand over here and not smudge any paint. And the drier it is, the better. I see in the chat there, Paula says, I just got here, you posted starting at 2 p.m. Mountain Time. And we began at 1 p.m. Mountain Time. Yeah, that was my original plan. And then our daughter's sleep schedule sort of dominates our lives, so there was a little bit of a change there, so my apologies. Basically, what we've been doing is just prepping the canvas to get to this point. Again, I'm making a little bit more here. Generally, for your second coat, you don't need nearly as much paint because you've already kind of filled in some of the spaces, like the weave of the canvas, if there's any left after gessoing. But I always, as I said, if I'm doing a big surface like this and I want a really nice unified background, I don't want to take any chances. I'd rather have a little bit of paint left over, which is also a good idea too, because you never know what's going to happen over the course of the painting. Maybe I drop a paintbrush on my nice finished background, and if I've got a little bit left over, I can just put a bit of that there and cover up my mistakes. So always a good idea to have a little bit of extra paint left over for that exact reason. Now, I've been adding a little bit of extra white. Actually, no, that's good. I thought it might be a little bit brighter than the original, but I'm actually just gonna, it won't hurt for it to be just a little bit lighter, especially when we have this character that's going to be fairly dark in the center. So you know what, I'm just going to make it even brighter. I think that will, even like brighter certainly than the first layer, which I usually go the opposite. I usually try to get the first layer to be brighter than the second layer, but the first layer is also a good test of, I think that's good. So let's just make sure we got it nicely, because often what happens later on in the painting is you're running out of paint just like this, and you start scooping the paint from around the edges like this, and look how much more red that is. So I want this to be all nice and consistent throughout. Okay, got a big loaded paintbrush. Right, and then now all of that stuff in the background just disappears. And depending on how well this goes, I may need to do even a third coat of this. It looks like it's going on pretty well. I'm not too concerned. Places where you often find the paint gets a little bit thinner is right around the edges, which is another reason why I liked using a bigger brush, because a bigger brush, it's more likely that I'll be putting a good heaping amount of color right up to the edge. Often if you get a smaller brush, you tend to see a little bit more of those tiny streaky brush strokes. So as I do this, I'm certainly losing some of the details in the contour of her body. Oops. But that doesn't really bother me because it makes me happy because later on, as I start sort of filling in the figure into the foreground, I can paint back over top of the outline and it'll look really nice and clean. Okay. So even her thumb and all that kind of got a little bit smaller. We're going to widen all of this. And so that's going to be something we'll track as we go here. It's like probably like enlarging everything back out again, maybe 5%. Okay. So now I'm just going around trying to get a pretty smooth of an edge as possible. Okay, so I'm gonna blow dry this. I think we're done with the background. We'll see. There's gonna be a few little places, so let's blow dry it. I think, you know, even like here, is this a white line, or is that just a little bit of a area that's a little bit more white than other things? So we won't know for a few more moments here. So I'm gonna mute the microphone. Okay, it's still a little bit tacky in places. I'm just going to take this paint and just do a couple of little touch-ups where I can see some of the yellow kind of coming through in an unwanted fashion. Down here there was some areas where I'd picked at the paint and there was kind of accumulated in a way I didn't like, so now, if you've painted along with me before, you know I'm not obsessed with perfection. I just think if I'm going to spend this time, I might as well try to do as good of a job as possible. So it only takes an extra couple of minutes to really get a surface there. And you know, you're looking at time like, oh, we're an hour into the painting, and we've really just got a background painted. But we've got an awesome background, which is going to really complement this character going forward. So, you know, I would say most of the time I see people who sort of just think of the background as an afterthought. And this background is occupying at least 50% of this painting, if not maybe almost 2/3 of it, right? If we were literally just to measure out how much paint is going to be on this painting. So if you leave 2/3 of your painting to an afterthought, well, you know, you might be in for a little bit of surprise later on. Now I'm just going to kind of, before I move on here, I got all of this color. I'm just going to try to make a little stack of it off here in the side so that if it's one big blob, it's more likely to last for a few hours. At least right in the middle there, some of that paint should stay wet. Whereas the rest of it is going to slowly dry out. I'm just going to wipe some of this down so that I have access to more of this palette as we go. I do have lots of other palettes to use, but I try to do everything on one palette, at least for these shows, so that it just looks better on camera, I guess. Okay. Oh, I didn't do the interior here. I get with that another coat, so let's just do that just to. Okay. Any other little places here? Looks good. So I got pretty sticky, dirty fingers, which is a good thing. I think it's good to have sticky, dirty fingers when you're making a painting. That shows you're right in it. You're in the thick of it. I think if you end a painting and your fingers are all clean and you don't got any paint on your clothes, it's sort of like, I don't know, like it would be sort of like a dirt biker going dirt biking all day long and coming back with perfectly clean clothes. You'd be like, I mean, I guess some would say that you're really, really good if you do it. I'd say probably most dirt bikers want to get muddy and get covered and really get into it. Okay, I think I'm going to blow dry this again, and then I'm going to go back over with a little bit of white and expand the figure a little bit, because we've cropped it in as we were working on that background, deliberately so. But let's go back the other way and just widen some things out for the next few steps here. Okay. Okay, so before I move on here, I'm just gonna, in the chat, I want to know what other video game So I just put in the chat there, what other video game characters or images from the digital world should we paint as part of this series? Let me know. Did you grow up with a video game? Or, I mean, board games, all sorts of different kinds of things that don't fit in our master study class or paint the news series, right? So this is intended to be something where we maybe do a little bit more pop culture related artworks. So let's now, I'm going to take some white and a small brush. I don't mind if there's a little bit of purple on there. I don't want too much, but I don't care if I got a little bit of purple on here. Now I'm going to look at both of the images side by side, and let's zoom in and just see. Oops. Let's go around her body here and look for places that could be expanded. So like right around on her gloves here. And so why am I using white instead of yellow? Well, we're going to put some yellow back on here shortly. But if I just tried to paint yellow right over top of that purple, it would be invisible. I wouldn't be able to see anything I just did. So this white works really well at covering up some of the purple. And I could just move directly to I don't necessarily need to paint yellow next. Over top of it. It sort of depends on what color I'm going to put. If I'm going to put a bunch of darker colors, which I am, then the yellow is less important. But if I was going to put some lighter colors over here, then I think it'd be helpful if I put some yellow back over top of all the white. I could see some people saying, well, why not just be a little bit more careful with the way that you put that purple on? And I would say I was fairly careful, but the thing is if I was being really careful, used some really tiny brushes to do a lot of this, then I would see all of this kind of fiddling around all of these edges. And I don't want to see fiddling. I don't have anything against fiddle music or banjos or country music or anything, but when it comes to painting, sometimes I want people to see all my brush strokes, and sometimes I want my brush strokes to kind of disappear. And in a background like this, I want my brush strokes to be almost invisible. It'll look much more satisfying. You know, we looked at Van Gogh in the master study class, and Van Gogh is famous for his, you know, highly detailed backgrounds. Maybe more so than almost any artist I can think of, except maybe Gustav Klimt, who literally put patterns in most of his backgrounds, and that creates, you know, they're really beautiful. I mean, they're you know, household names for that very reason. But when it comes to this particular style, I want I don't think it would be conducive to what I want to do with this painting. So let's see, her shoulder here next. And again, I could have used a very small purple brush to do some of this, but it would have, you would have been able to see some of that, those marks, those paint strokes, and I didn't want to see that. I wanted it to kind of hide some of that stuff. So okay, let's keep on going down. You can see I'm not doing every single little bit of her clothing, just where I feel like it particularly needs a little bit more. Right, if I look at these boots, right, I want to have, kind of comes out a bit. think I'll just do the... I could paint her spur in right now, but I think I'll just do that later. So I make sure that this makes sense of this jacket coming right down here. I don't want it to kind of start in one place and pop out the other side at a different height or whatever, because then it'll look kind of weird. Okay, I think that's good enough. Let's just zoom back out. And now it already feels like she's standing in front of that purple background, right? She's no longer sort of being sucked into the background. She's in front of it, which is exactly what we want. Okay, so we could blow dry this, but I think everything is drawing pretty quick. I haven't done too thick of outlines, so I'm just going to move some of this over here and grab a little bit of water. You know, a pretty quiet chat and pretty quiet few people watching today, which doesn't surprise me. This is definitely a unusual time for me to be doing one of these live stream painting sessions. But I also know that the vast majority of people who end up watching these aren't watching it live anyway, so I just like, well, you know, I'll paint it and then it'll be out there in the world for years to come, and then people will watch it whenever they want to watch it, at whatever time. And I know a lot of people like to skip ahead and they don't like watching me talk, and some people love watching me talk. I've had people say, turn this into a podcast, and some people are like, it should just be an overhead view. We don't need to see you or hear what you have to say, right? So that's YouTube, right? Everyone has an opinion which they share in the most thoughtful and articulate, compassionate way possible. What should we do next? Let's look at the image. I'll probably try to work my way down if possible. And we got a lot of gray in this picture, which is great. We'll mix our own gray, but we want to make sure it's going to be distinct from the purple in the background, because sometimes the gray we mix is a bit of a purplish quality, so I'll show you how to do that. We got basically most of the colors we have here are purple and brown. Now obviously we got some pinks up here, but yeah, so let's get right into it. Let's talk about, what should we do first? Should we do the brown first? Let's do brown, and then we'll paint kind of the dog, her skin tone, some of the leather, and then we'll do the black and gray. So to make we painted a purple in the background, and that purple is kind of neutral. It's not really that warm or cold, which is one of the reasons why we put that warm color in the background, because it's going to kind of give warmth back to that purple. But the problem it causes is now we've got a lot of warm colors or warmish colors in the background. So we need everything on top to be very warm as possible. So going forward, we're going to use a lot of warm browns and blues, etc., to help it really sit forward. The other option is we could have made our background a little bit more on the cooler side of things, which actually ironically would have been adding maybe a little bit more magenta into that background, whereas we went a little bit more onto the blue, warm blue side of things. Let's see, what was, oh yeah, let's mix our brown. So where should we, let's do this up here. So I'm going to take some warm yellow. We're going to use a bunch of it, so I'll take the warm yellow. And, you know, probably one of the things that it's like, well, why did you scoop this out here, move it here? Is because I like to kind of keep where I put my colors whenever I squeeze more paint into the tube in the same place. It just mentally helps me keep the whole palette organized. Anyway, let's now take some warm red and we'll mix this together. And we've got an orange. Right, nice orange. And now let's take some warm blue and just kind of like to put it to the side and then mix as needed in here. So this orange is great. This is sort of like a shadow that might be on an actual orange. Let's add a little bit more blue to it. And as we go, it starts to becoming more and more brown. Now actually, as I look at the image, this might be good for a lot of the dog. Now actually, now that I see that. So maybe that's what I'll do next, is I'll put this... Actually, this color I think will work well for a lot of her outfit. And then we'll make a darker brown for some of the darker parts of the leather, etc. I think. Let's just see how this looks. I was going to make it much darker and even add a little bit of white in here, but I think... Let's now transition to a slightly smaller brush. And just clear some space here. Get my... Paula, you're so sweet. Paula says, I like to paint along and watching life. Thanks, Michael. You make our life great. My goodness, Paula, that's such a sweet thing of you to say. I don't even know what to say to that. I'm so blessed to have people like you in my life, Paula. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. You know what I should do? I always forget to do. I mean, what I would do right now is just start painting a whole bunch of things. But my fear is some less experienced artists might freak out when they see a bunch of the details starting to disappear. So I think what I'm going to do is actually mix a much darker color for some of the details, paint those in now, and then come back to this brown. So I'm just going to actually stop for so to make a darker color, where's my palette? It's all upside down here. I'm going to take my cool blue, let's put this to the side, and then take warm red. We're going to mix this together. This is basically how we're going to mix a gray and black later on. This gets us basically our darkest color. So I'm just going to mix that up. We're going to modify this a little bit when we do the black and gray, but for now that's pretty good. So you can see how much this is also a kind of a purple, but it's certainly much different than the purple we have in the background, right? so let's take a look at the painting again. Let's see, this is the dog's nose here. Her eyes. I think are something right here. That's okay. Maybe let's come down to her hand and buckle. See, I'm not trying to get perfect here. I just want to be able to get some of these details so that they don't get lost. Okay, I think that's probably good enough, right? Just so you can just see what I did quickly there. All right, don't have to do a lot of it, just probably enough. Okay, so let's go. Maybe I'll blow dry this just really quickly for a second. Got to keep hydrated, got to keep myself well fed. Let me see. Okay. Just taking a look at her daughter's baby monitor. Seeing if how things are going. Everybody's doing well. Okay. Nobody needs daddy, so most of the time I really want it to be wanted, and then there's sometimes where you're like, oh, thank goodness. Okay, so let's take a look at this. I'm now going to go back into this brown. Remember, we mixed here earlier. This was warm red, warm yellow, a little bit of warm blue. And okay, so my goal here is now to cover up white and yellow. Go right to the edge if possible. You know, let's just paint right over this whole thing. Ideally, if this was much larger, I would probably try to break it down into some shapes, but we're talking such a tiny little surface. You can see why it's helpful to have a few little lines on there to kind of capture where these details are ultimately going to go. And again, I'm just going to paint right over, not even worried about like the whites of her eyes or anything. All of those details we'll get to a little bit later. Okay. Let's just do the same thing. Let's paint right her whole kind of what would you call this on top here? This leather. It looks. Is it? I don't know what. It's not like a cape. It's not. It's a. It's like a giant. Like a shawl kind of thing. You know, I think you would use this for keeping the rain off of your shoulders and your body. Obviously, it's been stylized. You know, there's people that wear that kind of thing, but I don't think this is typical of cowboy clothing these days in particular. One thing I think is really cool about Fortnite is their character designs are really fun. Like they're often really strange mashups of clothing, and characters have all sorts of just they look really weird. Like they've got this kind of Mad Max kind of thing, apocalyptic world where, you know, they're like 5 or 6 characters thrown into a blender and spat back out again. So even though this is inspired by Calamity Jane, the frontierswoman, how much they've certainly taken quite a lot of liberties with her, and especially when you get like the base version of her skin is, you know, her in a t-shirt with pink hair, you know, not really the type of clothing you would expect to see on a woman from, you know, the Wild West 150 years ago. Which is totally fine. I think that's great. I think it's cool to be creative and to use your imagination to create different new things. So I certainly encourage it. So because this color's got so much yellow in it, that's why I didn't even bother putting another layer of yellow back over top of the white that I put on here to clean up my edges after putting the purple down. And of course the background is also gray, and there's going to be a lot of white in that, so it's not, I mean, I could have potentially not even done some of these outlines because I know I was going to paint gray on there, but it never hurts just to especially if you're trying to work quickly like I am. I've said this a number of times on these shows, like one of my favorite quotes of all time is, slow down, we're in a hurry. It's always stuck with me, because sometimes in order to get things done faster, you might have to take a little bit of a longer way around, right? It seems kind of illogical, but I've just learned that sometimes when I'm in a hurry and I try to cut corners to try to get there faster, I end up ultimately taking longer to get things done. I think these boots, there's kind of some black and gray in here. I'm not exactly sure. The original image you see there on the left is a little bit, you know, it's a composite of a few different things. So I have an opportunity to use my own imagination here. And because most of this character is gray and black, I think having a little bit more brown, especially at the bottom of this painting, will work out well. It'll just kind of help balance things down and help draw the viewer's eyes a little bit further down the canvas so that they're not just stopped after they look at the face. We want to pull people's eyes around the surface. Right? A big thing of being an artist is you want to, or most of the time, because there's artists that would disagree with this, but I would say your goal as an artist is to take people on some kind of adventure, right? And you want to lead them around and you know, in the same way a filmmaker, you know, people they sit back and it's like getting onto an amusement park ride, and okay, show me what you got, tell me, you lead me by the hand and take me into the dark rooms, the scary rooms, and introduce me to wacky characters, etc. You know, there's some artists that are like, no, I want people to explore and do things on their own. And there's a time and a place for that too. But I do think it's fun to, and at least as when you're beginning, is to really think about, like, okay, if I'm gonna take people on this adventure, what do I want them to see? Where do I want them to look? You know, it's like a magician often uses misdirection or direction. You could think of it as misdirection while they're hiding the card in their pocket or whatever, but it's also direction. You're directing people's attention. You know, so some of this looks a little bit messy, absolutely, but this is really the base coat of everything. So next step is, maybe what should we do next? Let's get the pink in her hair, perhaps, and then we'll mix a gray and start painting that. Maybe we can do the, oh, you know what? Missed a little bit of brown. Dog there. Okay. So the pink in the hair, I'm just going to use some white. Where am I here? White and magenta, like cold red, and I'll get this kind of nice pink. I think for this initial layer, I'll probably have to do this twice. I'm just having a bit more white is actually just going to help me get a brighter pink later on. So I'm going to take this. Let's just make sure I get it in the right spots. Okay, there's one. Again, it's not exactly the right color right yet. But this is often where like your beginner artist gets kind of confused and starts trying to mix the so-called right colors right off the bat all the time. And whereas I'm always stressing, if we put the so-called right pink in here, it would be too dark. And then we try to paint the right color over top of that, and it would just get darker. And you get confused and frustrated. This way we're going to get the right color eventually. I just wanted, there's no other pink elsewhere in here, just to be doubly sure. You never know. Okay. So I'm just gonna wipe that excess paint off. There's no particular hurry to do more of that red right now, or the pink anyway. We should do the green on the dog's, you know what, actually, just before I move on, I could do a little bit of white, or sorry, this pink inside the dog's mouth. And even further to that, maybe just while I'm here, I'm just going to take a bit of white and do some of the eyes of the dog. Just gonna paint those out right there. Okay, I mean, it looks a little bit funny. I just painted that big blob of white there because I'm going to shape those eyes as we go forward. So I know there's going to be people that, because people pop in and out of these live streams, who go like, oh, that's brutal, that's awful, ugly. And they'll never tune back in again, but trust me, as we go forward, as bizarre as this looks right now, it's slowly going to get tightened up. Which is the point, right? Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is let's mix some gray. And we already kind of started here. Maybe let's back this out. We're going to need a bunch of it. Let's back that out even more. So here's this gray that we started mixing, and let's make even more because we're going to use it. So let's take some cool blue and warm red. We mix this together. Ostensibly we get like a very, very dark purple, right? Because we mixed blue and red together. But this purple is very, very dark. This is the color I usually use for the darkest parts of my paintings, instead of using black or gray, or black and white to make gray, or black on its own. So let's just see this color, let's just see what it looks like on its own. And one way to do this is add a little bit of white to it. And you can see I add some white to this color, and actually I like how that looks. It's a bit on the bluey side of things, which isn't too far off our original image. You know, it is gray, but there is this kind of blue outline highlight there, which I think, I'm trying to remember, I think I cut that image out of a blue background. So we can decide, maybe we make a bit of a purple halo or a blue. So I like that. I'm just going to add a little bit of yellow. Actually, let's add a bunch more yellow in here. Because one thing that yellow is going to do is it's going to counteract the red and the blue and pull this color, which is a little bit, you know, they're two colors almost the opposite from one another on the color wheel. They're a little bit lower, and it's going to pull it upwards from the neutral, from just below the neutral core to right into the middle, right? And then if we add some white to this and off to the side, can you see the difference between two grays? This one is much more of a bluish gray, whereas this one just looks like a gray right out of the tube. Like I could go to the store and buy a gray that looks exactly like that. So this is good. It might be a little bit on the lighter side of things. So I'm going to just put a bit more of the darker color in here, because I don't want to go totally dark just yet, because I want to have some leeway to go darker and lighter. So where should we begin here? Should we zoom in? I'm basically going to paint pretty much all of this with a lighter gray. Now I might darken a few things as I go, just for the sake of, to make it easier for myself to see some of the differences between things. But let's take this, maybe we'll start down here. You can already see it. It's like, wow, I thought this was a quite a light gray. Not really, hey? It was light in comparison to the dark color we mixed, but as soon as we put it on the canvas next to some of the other colors, it's like, whoa, that's now like the darkest color on the whole painting. Now you can see again the value of putting some of these dark lines over top. Now when I'm painting over top of them, I can see, let's say, like that line underneath her armpit. I wouldn't be too concerned about, I'll be able to find that kind of a line later on, but my goal is mostly just to try to cover up the yellow and white at this particular stage. So any of these little white outlines I'm doing. Another one of my techniques is I just take my brush and kind of just scrub a little bit. You know, it's like you're mopping the floor and there's something sticky on the floor. That's kind of like what I'm doing, is I just sort of squeeze it into those areas. Now I think I'm going to just very loosely paint this pattern here. So I'm going to paint around it really quickly, and then we'll paint a lighter gray in its place in these empty spaces. And if anything, I'm just going to make sure I go a little bit further. Now, again, I could just paint this whole thing gray really quickly and then eyeball all of this patterning. Before I move the camera. Let's go up here. What's happening up here? Oops. Just one thing to keep in mind is when you're doing this kind of thing, especially if we painted all this background already, making sure you don't get paint on the bottom side of your hand. And if it is kind of getting, because sometimes even if there's dried paint on there, it's going to start, it might stick to the background. So I try to be careful about resting my hand on the background. And if I can avoid it, that's even better. Okay, so let's take a bit more of this color, or just add a bit more gray or white to it. Doesn't have to be the exact same color. Oops. So yes, I've lost a lot of small details. It looks kind of pretty suspect at the moment. You've heard me talk many times before about, I like using the roller coaster metaphor, and there's times where your painting is going to just look so awesome and you're so excited, you're so proud of yourself, you can't wait to show your friends and family, and things are just couldn't be going any better. It's so happy to be alive, and then everything goes wrong, and it kind of looks maybe like my painting does right now, just a big kind of messy, situation, and you're just wondering why you're painting instead of gardening or something else. And you know, this is all just part of the process. I'm not even, we'll figure out what's going on here with these patterns shortly. So just have faith that, you know, everything's going to work out in the end. We just have to just keep on painting and it'll all sort itself out. Okay. Oh, let's do her face and head now. You know, so I'm conscious of the fact that right now this gray is similar in value, and by value I mean kind of light and dark, than the it's similar in value to the background. So if I just continue, like if I was to end this painting right now, the character almost kind of, especially if you were colorblind, the character would just sort of disappear into the background. Which, you know, I could see some people, you know, conceptually they'd be like, yeah, my character is sort of, I like Calamity because I can kind of hide and be a sharpshooter and destroy my opponents from afar without them even knowing where I am. But probably you'd be more likely to say, like, well, it'd be kind of cool if she was a little bit more, you know, visible from the background, a little bit more contrast. So that's something we'll be mindful of. We want to have some darker grays on some edges where we meet the background. We're going to want to have some lighter grays to really kind of help push her out and in front of the background. Okay, that's pretty good. So now the next step I want to do is, let's just take a bit more, we'll take some more white and mix this in. Oops. All right, so just create a little bit of a difference between a couple of the grays. Okay, it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm mostly just trying to kind of get the... I would still consider this to be part of my underpainting. Just filling up the canvas. And I'm not wedded to anything that's here. Like, I could tell you 20 years ago, if I was working on a painting and it looked like this at this stage, I'd be mortified. I'd just be like, oh my goodness, what a disaster. Like, it doesn't look like the way I want it to. And I just have to think, okay, we're just going to keep on moving forward. We're going to bring up some detail here, and it'll slowly start coming back into shape. Okay. Again, my main goal is just filling in the yellow and the white and any other kind of little colors. It doesn't have to be even perfect, even at that. Just as long as like, so for instance, right here, let's do, so now let's just, maybe I'm going to use a slightly smaller brush. Actually, let's mix just a little bit more of this paint. And I'll get a smaller brush, and again, I'm still just filling in detail. I'm not going to spend too long on this particular part. But we could start kind of articulating some detail here. And some of this gets a little confusing here, I'll be totally honest, with the patterning, and because I've photoshopped it all together. So this gives us opportunity to kind of play around down there. Should I do any details? Maybe I'm gonna, she's got, I think, like steel-toed boots down here, so maybe we can. I might change the shape of these a little bit going forward, but we'll see. Doesn't hurt to kind of just start testing and visualizing some of those things. Even, let's say, a bit of this on her boot there. Let's, I see like there's like a chain or something right here. I don't know if I'll get that. Okay. So maybe I'm going to start back up at the top. and think, okay, this is a little tricky because it's like we're doing a mirror image, right? And this comes out. And that might even have come out a little bit far, but okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. And then I'm just gonna, let's just get a bit more of this gray here, a little bit darker. And just fill in those little gaps. And maybe just this area here inside of her jacket, this leg is very dark, so I'm just, might as well just, I got some extra gray. I'm just going to put that in here to help me see some of that and how it'll do. Up here under her armpit, a little bit of that. Okay, so let's just back it out and take a look at where this painting is after a couple of hours of painting. I feel really good about that. This is where I would say this would be a great place to, if you wanted to end for the day and take a break, this would be a great place. You've got, this is essentially what we would call an underpainting. So we've got the whole canvas colored in using most of the colors that we will ultimately paint over, but there's no detail in here whatsoever, right? And again, I know there's some people that it would be horrified if their painting looked like this at a certain stage. And what I want to reassure you is that as we paint on it over the course of the next hour and a half, it's going to all of a sudden kind of come into focus. Okay. I'm going to check out the baby monitor here. There's our daughter moving around in her crib. I'm a very, very proud dad. We're very lucky to have a great girl. Okay. So, I think what I'll do, I'm going to blow dry this just to maybe I'll even, let's get a bit of green here before I just do that, so I really have everything in here. Let's get a bit of, you can make this a bit of a tinted green, so that any other green I put over top will go on there really well. Alright, this is the... Now this is another character entirely. I can't remember the name of this dog. I'm sure somebody will remind me. It was just... Usually she's not featured with the dog on her shoulder, but I just thought it was kind of fun and different, so I thought, you know what, let's just include him in this painting, because it's, you know, not going to take us that long to do. So what I'm looking at there, I've got a little bit of texture that I've built up that I don't like so much, so let's see. Not sure how I built that up, but it is. So I'm just going to get some paint back on here. Okay. That helps just get some of that down. Now you want to, if you're going to do any sanding like that, you really want the paint to be pretty dry. Otherwise, it's going to kind of tear the paint a little bit. Okay, so let's blow dry this. Okay, so I'm really happy with where I am right now. It doesn't really look like much, but I've got a really nice solid foundation for the next bunch of steps here, because I've got a background which has got a few little friends who have landed in here, probably from my hand pressing into the canvas, but I'm going to save that till the very end because I'm going to get more of them. So if there's any problems with the background, I might feel at this point compelled to start fixing and doing little things there. I'm just going to wait till the very, very end, because if I fix this now and then 20 minutes later there's going to be another something somewhere, right? I'll fix all of those little blemishes at the very, very end of the painting. Speaking of which, you know, I think I'm just going to wash my hands. Just give it a quick little wash, because I've got all this paint and it gets kind of sticky, and that's what transfers onto the background. Because now I'm going to sort of dial in and get into the details. So it'd be nice to kind of almost start fresh. So maybe before I start fresh, let's just clean any brushes that I have off to the side here. Okay, I'll be right back in about 10 seconds. Okay, that feels so nice, having nice clean hands, especially in the middle of a painting. That way I don't have to worry about paint transferring onto the canvas. Sometimes also, to be quite frank, is sometimes it gets confusing when you see like the extra paint on your fingers while you're painting. It sort of gets in your peripheral vision and it can kind of cloud the way that you're the way that you see the painting itself. All right, so anything else that's going to clarify the situation for myself, I am going to run with it. So you can see, like, sometimes that texture, right, there's just a tiny little bump there, almost imperceptible from every other angle, but it catches the light from that direction. I'm not too concerned about it. That's something I can try to fix later on if, I mean, I don't think I want to fix it, but you could if there was little things like that. Okay. Good to get some fluids in here. What should we do next? Part of me thinks what would be very satisfying is if we really started to darken things down. Like, let's say we start adding some darker shapes underneath, you know, like her hat, and around her mask, underneath her arm, around here, underneath her jacket, her legs, and start kind of just tightening some of these details up. So let's do that. So, you know, we had our cool blue and warm red to make our gray. We're going to do the same thing. In fact, if anything, I'm just going to get a little bit more cool blue on the canvas there. Got enough warm red. I'm just going to mix this color again. I probably have a little bit left, but it's been on there for, you know, an hour or more, and it's starting to kind of dry out and get a little chunky. And as paint starts to dry out and get chunky, it's just less fun to use because it's semi-dry, right? So I'm going to mix this up. Again, we get this kind of it just looks like a purple, grayish purple. And we could use this color throughout. We could just paint that right on there. It could look pretty good. I'm going to take some cool yellow, however. And as I paint this, I think that's gone a bit green. It probably just looks like a big black blob on camera. But I think I'm going to take a bit more warm red here. Thought I was going to be able to get away with it without adding some more, but now it's gone a bit more brown, so I put a little bit too much red in there, so let's take a bit more blue. I know that, you know, when you're first starting out, it can be a little bit tricky to spot the differences between and knowing what to add a little bit more of. You know, I'm the same sort of way with like cooking. You know, it probably makes me sound like an idiot, but you know, there's times where I'm making food and I'm like, I can't, does this need more salt or less salt or more, or does it need to be sweeter, or, you know, because I've never really tried, I've actually taken cooking classes a number of times, but I've never become like obsessed with trying to master it. And you know, so when I've taken cooking classes and, you know, instructor will come over and go like, oh, it's, you know, like, I'm like, there's, what's wrong with my dish here? And you're like, oh, looks like, I think you just need a pinch more salt. I think that would help. Or it's, I think it's a little, needs a little pepper. And you're like, oh yeah, that's right. It does need a little more pepper, doesn't it? But I've never been great at identifying that on my own. So I think I'm just going to put a little bit more red in there and a little bit more yellow in there. It's got a bit more at the moment. Now it's starting to, as I blend in, a little bit on the bluish gray side of things. Okay. So that's great, but it's also a little bit on lighter. So I kind of want a bit of a darker color, and I want to go all the way dark, but there we go. Because we're also going to glaze and darken things even more, and that's why I'm not going to my darkest dark yet. I will start in some of the areas that are kind of in behind things, like let's say in behind this jacket flap here, right? I think I might need to just go to a smaller brush now. Yeah, let's... In fact, we can start zooming in, I think. Okay, so with regards to this, actually some of these lines I'm gonna, with the lighter color, I want to shape, because I want it to look like it's coming around the form here. You'll see as we go. Because the thing is people will have both sides of this coat to see, so there's sort of clues on the left side of the jacket to how the right side of the jacket behaves. So we want it to be consistent. And again, when in doubt, I'm going to cover up things in the background, any other colors, etc. Daughter's having like a party upstairs in her crib. She is an active child. Oops, let's go up, sorry. Up here. I'm going to take this, some of my darkest color, and just put this in behind. Okay, and then let's continue with her jacket on this side. Oops, where am I? Now don't worry about getting like this patterning perfect at any stage of the painting. If you could even just, if you don't even want to be bothered with this, you could just eliminate it entirely and just make a solid gray jacket. Or black jacket. I mean, this jacket could go really dark if you want it. I mean, we will get darker and darker as we go. But you'll notice, like, I put black or my darkest colors on at the very, very, very end, because I want to save it to give myself that option. If I go dark right now, then I've moved the kind of goalposts down, and then I might be faced with a situation where if I've got my darkest paint already on the canvas and I need to go darker, what do you do? Well, now you got to start lightening things up, because you don't really have any other choice. You've already used the darkest color you have. So I think what I want to do is I'm just going to give this jacket a bit of a curve, which we'll kind of, when we do the trim here, I'm just going to curve this out. In the same way that the right side of the jacket kind of curves around her body, right? I want this to kind of curve upward. Now I could have done this earlier to jump over a step and just used a darker gray. I always just, especially when I'm teaching, I think there's no harm in just going a little bit slower and taking your time. Let's get some of the darker color. Sorry. Here I'm in the shadow of her, I don't know, I guess I called it her shawl or something. So it's going to outline kind of the shape of her chest there, and we'll get more specific as we go. exactly sure. I feel like I might widen this here for her bosom. That was a little bit narrow. So we'll see. So this area here is getting most of the reflections. So the light source is definitely off on the left-hand side of the picture here, right? So starting to put some folds in. Come to her mask here. I'm not exactly sure how it's all shaping out, but it's going to make one side distinctively darker than the other. And then let's come up to her hat, and then we've got kind of her body mostly blocked in. So underneath her hat, obviously it's going to be the darkest. Now I see there's a bit of a gap there that I missed. That's okay. I can always fill that in later on. Okay, great. Very happy with where I am. Let's just zoom back out and take a look. So we've got all the main things painted with the darker areas. Now we're going to go back again. We're going to use some of the lighter. I'm just going to go back and just start kind of tidying things up a bit, getting more and more details, and then we'll do the gloves and boots. Then we'll do the faces of the dog and Calamity, her hair, and at the end we'll do some glazing, probably in about 45 minutes from now. So to get a lighter color, again, we're just going to take some white and mix this into our gray. Okay. Zoom back in. Where should we start? I guess maybe we'll start down at the bottom. And Now we're just going to tidy up all of this detailing. If I was painting all by myself, probably what I would do here... Actually, now that I'm looking at it, do I want to... this definitely looks a little bit different than the original, right? Do I want to do this? I guess I'll do it kind of close to the original. Actually, you know what? Before I even go there, what I want to do is get this line. Just wanted to get that line in place. There's going to be some brighter highlights that we're going to paint on top of it eventually. There's a little something stuck in there, so now's the time to pick it out. So right here. I see what's happening. So I wasn't really looking at this pattern during this process. So now I'm finally taking a look at it now. Does that and then swoops down into here, right? As I said, down here, I'm not sure what the originals looked like. I think that's good. I'm happy with the way that looks. Even if it's not exactly correct, I'm sure someone will point that out at some point. Okay. So remember how I wanted to curve that a little bit? That's where I just added a bit more dimension to this big billowy jacket. Okay, let's go down to under here. I guess there's not really, let's use a darker color for this. Let's stay on the pattern though, on the other side. So I'm gonna do the let's do this jacket as it comes up here and disappears underneath there. You know, this is the kind of thing, you know, if you wanted to use acrylic pens, which I do have here and I've used in the past, you could break those out and you'd probably have a lot of fun doing some of these fine detailing with that. It would go a little bit faster. I might, do I want to use those today? I'll have to think about it. I wasn't planning on it. Okay. This paint is definitely starting to get a little bit chunky and not really behaving as well as I would like. Okay, so just a little thing about doing this, right? So this jacket is curving and it's on the other side of her body. It's further away, so we want to have, you know, one side of this is going to be thicker than the far away side. Yikes, what is going on? There's something got on my brush. Now that could be adjusted, right? Okay. So let's gonna clean that brush off. Let's get some of this darker paint again, and just gonna clean. Maybe I did a little too far there. That's okay. Okay, pretty happy with that pattern as I've got there. We'll give more nuance to it with some glazes in a little bit. Maybe even, let's just take a look. I think in terms of this next step that I'd wanted to do, I'm pretty happy with the way that turned out. I also don't want to spend all my time just working on these little areas here. Into here, and I think now that I've got that done, I'm going to move into the background, or sorry, the brown. I think it's got to make sure I don't get paint elsewhere. Stuck to the bottom of my fingers there. Okay. That's good. Maybe just gonna take a bit of this lighter gray and come up onto her shoulder. I guess there's a bit of brown there, but let's. Okay, so let's maybe just take a little bit of a second. I always think it's fun just to see them at different stages. Okay. What should we... Yeah, we're going to do the brown. I think we'll... Yeah, when we start adding some brown in here, that'll also tighten things up. I think you could see, now that we did a little bit of work on the jacket, that elevates things radically, dramatically. But the brown still looks really kind of... There's no, like, very flat shapes, right? Which is understandable. That's what we wanted. We were just getting those places, kind of placeholders in there. There was some gray on her hat too, wasn't there? I guess I was so focused on this bottom part of the painting. Let's come back just before I move on. I want to get this a bit of a brighter highlight. Okay. And should we do that bowl on her hat there? I'm going to take some gray, just maybe a little bit more white. And where should we put this? I kind of want it to be here. Whoa. Almost spun that brush out of my hand. Okay. Maybe I'll get a bit of this lighter color. I'm just going to give a tiny bit of highlight. There. I do want to do a lot more of that elsewhere, but I think I'll just stop there for now. It just kind of gives you a little bit of a preview as to where some of the, like, I'll be adding pops of light reflecting all over the place a little bit later on. But as I said, I want to move on to the brown. So, we're gonna, this brush, just gonna take a second to clean a couple brushes here. This one just sitting there getting hardening up, so not good. Like you can see as it dries, the paint, oops, the paint slowly kind of creeping up into the metal part, the ferrule. And once the paint starts really getting in there, it will harden up, and it's basically impossible to get it out. I mean, you can kind of soak it. You can soak it in some chemicals, but the chemicals, especially with cheap brushes, are also going to eat away at the plastic of the. Because you're basically, you've got plastic. Acrylic is plastic, and you got that, and you've got acrylic plastic bristles, and if you've got acrylic paint that gets into those bristles and it keeps going up here, it's going to harden, and then if you want to get that out, well, you're going to use a chemical that gets acrylic off of things. You're trying to get acrylic off of acrylic, right? It's just a spiral that goes down. So let's mix this brown again, since the previous brown is long dried. So we'll take our warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. We've got a kind of a nice lighter brown already in place. So now I think we're going to go in both directions. We're going to go a little bit darker, just adding a bit more warm blue to it. That's going to go darker. And if we want to even go darker, we can scoop some of this out in there. But I might just save that to the very end for glazing, because we'll get a really nice effect that way. So actually, you know what? I'm just going to mix a bit more of this here. You probably see one of these days when I finally edit all of these videos down and make them much shorter, I'll have a compilation of like times where I've almost dropped paintbrushes, or have dropped paintbrushes onto my canvas, and the look on my face when that happens of utter panic and terror. Okay. So let's start right up here with the dog. I'm just going to get some of the darkest parts, like in the ears. We'll get to that. Obviously, we're going to lighten up, put some highlights on them. And this isn't even really the right brown. It's okay. So we can modify all of that dog's colors as we go. Her face will skip. I think I'm going to put a little bit of white in there to lighten it, because otherwise it's going to look a little bit too dark. with this, I'm just going to paint over this whole leathery shawl, as I've been calling it. And oops, there's a flake of old paint. Still looks, you know, the brown tends to be, I think almost every brown that I've ever used always seems to be a slightly transparent, as opposed to some other colors can be a little bit more opaque. Notice I just put a little bit of that brown just to cover up a bit of the black area, because this is gonna get really dark back there. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna cover that real quick while I see it. It won't matter if there's brown there now because it'll just disappear entirely. Now this would go a little bit faster if I had added a bit of white to this, to the first layer of brown, but it's my weekend and I'm just taking my time, smelling the acrylic flowers. Interesting. Paula says, I went to Michael's last week and found a package of 25 pieces by Artist Loft for under $10. Good brushes. Ah, maybe they're having a... Actually, it's right at the moment, you know, it's back to school sales are on right now. So if you are... That's a great point, Paula. Thank you for reminding me. Like, if you're ever interested in getting into painting, your two best times are right now during back to school sales, because we've got a lot of art students loading up on supplies. And then, of course, Christmas time or Boxing Day, January, right? Because all these businesses are trying to unload, just like every other business on earth, trying to compete for people's Christmas dollars and get rid of the old inventory. Because for a lot of companies, January is very slow, right? So they want to try to make as much money as possible so they can tide themselves over until summer, when summer is also, I guess, is a kind of a busier time, and people are like, oh, you know, I'm going to get out and I'm going to do some drawing and painting when the sun comes out. But a lot of people buy those supplies earlier on in anticipation of summer, and of course never use them because they're just like, once the sun is actually out there, like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna go to the beach or the cottage. I don't know about this whole painting idea that I was once so keen on. You know, in retrospect, when I was painting this brown, I could have just painted this layer right now instead of saving it till now, but yeah. Our daughter's just sitting in her bed looking at the camera. Okay. Now I'm just we'll do the face, and for the face I'm just gonna take a bit of white. Oops, where's my color? I took a bit of white and mix it into this brown. Take a little bit more yellow. Right, there's not a lot of skin here to paint. I don't think so anyway. And that just helps a little bit here. Okay. How about we'll do her hair next? And that hair was white and magenta. Now this is the previous one. We don't want to go quite so white. I think that's probably pretty good. And so now it goes over top of this previously pink area really nicely. So I went a little bit over onto the purple background, but I don't mind that because, you know, hair is a little bit unwieldy. Now, I'm sure you'll say, well, in the video game, it's sort of one big shape. But video games are still, you know, it's a lot of work for all those hairs to be blowing and moving around, so it's just one big shape. So, but you know, that's the video game. We can be a little bit more expressive with our paint. So we'll darken that. We'll add a little more detail as we go. Let's take another look as we back out. Okay. So, that's good. I'm very happy with where I am. As I said, there's, you know, maybe about an hour ago when we were looking at it, it seemed that we were in grave danger. And slowly we're, you know, pulling it out of that space that for a beginner would look like danger. I've been painting for over 20, almost 25 years now. So I have a lot of confidence, like, oh yeah, this is just a stage in the painting process, right? And of course, it's going to look unfinished when we're really, honestly, barely begun the painting. Of course, it's going to look like that. We just have to keep trusting the process that as we continue, things are going to get more and more refined. So the stage that I'm at right now is where I've got all of the big shapes of color painted. Obviously, we've got the background finished, unless we do something catastrophic and we need to touch it up. We've still got a little bit of this paint left over. Remember from the very beginning, and I scooped it into one big pile, so hopefully by the end there's still a little bit of something juicy inside if we need to pop it and extract some purple to touch something up. Otherwise, that's done. All of the large shapes in the body are all complete. Now, so, you know, potentially for some people this painting could be almost done, if not done, right? Like I could see some people being like, okay, I've given 3 hours of my life to it, I'm done. But I'm saying over the next hour, you know, I was hoping to be done in about 3.5 hour long painting. This is definitely going to be a longer one, probably 4.5 hours. So there's at least another hour of painting in here. But over this next hour, we'll take a painting that sort of, you know, feels like this could have been done by a high schooler or a junior high kid, and we're going to turn it into something really spectacular. And that's really just by getting into the details and then putting some glazes on here, which is going to give more dimension to the body, give it a little bit more roundness, because everything's pretty flat right now, right? And that flatness is often a hallmark of people that don't know how to give a little bit more rendering to the figure, right? That don't know how to give some highlights and shadows, right? And so we don't really have any highlights or shadows on here at all. We just have flat, what we call local color. Local color is, you know, if I was to hold up this mug, the local color is a dark green with some like light brown. But we've got all of these reflections, right? As I move my hand over here, I'm obscuring some reflections and creating shadows. So that is what, so right now, if I painted this, I would just paint a green and a big white circle, or a kind of a beige circle over top of it. That's where we are in the painting. We now want to put all of the highlights and the shadows on here to make it pop, right? So the question is, what should be the first part that gets some of these highlights and shadows? I think, you know, we do have almost the beginnings of it in the grays. So I think we should go back to the browns. And even before I do that, I'm just going to blast this with a little bit of heat and help cure all of this acrylic, and then we'll move forward here. Oops. Ah! See, I always forget to sometimes unmute that microphone. So, I just mixed a new brown here, just since my microphone was muted. Again, just using warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue, and I've got a couple of different ones. Here's a slightly darker one than I was been using, and then this one is obviously much darker. And it's just a, you know, same paint but just different ratios, right? So let's take this paint that's just a little bit darker and look at the painting and see where we can start giving a little bit more dimension to things. Oops. So the dog itself, I suppose we could do the ears a little bit darker. And maybe inside the mouth a bit. Okay, with her, I'm just going to take this brown and let's just go dark right in there. Okay. Now, I don't know if I'll do all those tassels. Obviously, you know, that would take a bit more time, especially at this point, since I haven't done any of that yet. Let's take a bit of the other brown. And this will be underneath. I really could go even darker with this, but I think I'll just do that later as a glaze. Okay. Just looks like a big blob right now. I know. We'll get there. We'll do maybe the next pass. I'll put some black lines on here and I'll help clarify that. I know this here is actually, it looks like a gray metallic thing on her thigh, but I'm gonna make it brown just to use this brown around, just like I've done with her gloves, or her boots, I mean, sorry. Okay, let's keep on plowing ahead. This spiky thing on her band around her boot. We'll get to that. I think I'm just going to omit some of this patterning on the boot just entirely just out of the sake of time. And this is really just, I'm following some of the weirdness of when I put that paint on, but I kind of like how I can just use it as like folds. And I think I'm going to paint over that because we'll change the direction of that line. So we're starting to get these little folds in, and that's where it gets real fun. Okay. And take a bit of a lighter brown. So maybe can I use this same color here? just getting a bit of white in here into this color for it's kind of like maybe the worn edge of leather, right, where it starts to kind of, you know, get some the dark areas are kind of rubbed off a little bit. The distressed leather look of distressed couches and stuff. Oops. Okay, how about the boots down here? Oops. Okay, we'll come back up to the face. Good to see a few different people in the chat there. We got John with a big smile. Hello, John. And then we got Joshua joining us again. And there's Donna. Paula, you're late, Donna. Everyone's got their... It's Saturday. Everyone's doing their thing. I'm not usually painting at this time of day. I mean, I was pretty close to deciding to do today's episode at 10 p.m. tonight. I had, just working around our family's schedule here. And then last night I was up working late, and I was like, oh, I don't know. I know this is going to be a bit of a longer one. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it, because I would be up, if I started at 10, I probably wouldn't be done until at least 2. So, when I was younger, no problem. As I get older, I look at that and think like, that's insane. But if I have to, I can do those sort of things, but I'm doing this for fun, right? I've got lots of other things I have to do. So I will... That's one of the things where, these days I'm less concerned about getting lots of viewers and people watching or not watching. And I did a whole series of videos a few years ago where, I was really trying to access a large number of people, and it was like really... You get sucked into the number game and you start, obsessing over who's watching and who's not watching. And that's a game you don't win. It just is not, it's not fun. Because then your attention turns to, you start getting resentful and unhappy with the way things are, and it's just, I'd rather live in gratitude rather than in resentment, right? Okay, so we'll zoom out here in a moment. I just want to tackle the dog, I think, for a moment, because I'm pretty happy with a lot of the work I've just been doing over the past 30 minutes or so. So the dog itself has these colors. I don't really want to do too much more new mixing of... I think I need a bit more white. So, let's see. Can I get away with some of the colors I already have? Oops. So I'm taking this warm yellow and mixing some white into it. That might actually be big enough. Let's do another one where I take some more white. I'm going to take a bit of this darker brown that I mixed. Not quite the same color. Let's put a bit more warm blue in here. Bit of warm red. We'll see. I think it's not quite the color I'm looking for, but it's not so important that I get it exactly right, because I'll be modifying things anyway with some glazes as we go. Okay. A little too yellowy, so I just took that new color I made and just add a bit more white to it. Now we're, these are some pretty fine details here. Like you can see the size of my fingernail. This is my pinky finger right next to it. So it's like if you're painting your fingernails here, this is sort of, all of this would basically fit on my thumb, right? Thumbnail here. So, temper your expectations for yourself if you're frustrated with this. Right, it's pretty hard to do some of this stuff. You could omit the dog entirely. So a little bit of that outlining, that helps. Good. Now, we're not done with the dog, obviously, but I won't just quite finish them just yet. You guys are funny in the chat. So let's get some of this cool red. Barely used any of it. Really, I'm trying to think. Have we used it beyond her hair? I don't know. This might be the only time we've actually used this color. Oops, you can't see what I'm doing, can you? This paint has been sitting on the palette mostly unused for almost 4 hours, so it's a little cranky with me. It's saying, why did you put me on here if you weren't going to use me? I thought you had left me for another color, and now all of a sudden you come to me asking for my help. Where were you all these hours? Just letting me just slowly dry up on your canvas, on your palette. Donna says, "You're so mean to your paint, Michael." Yes, well, you know, this paint, you know, you gotta keep it in line here. Otherwise it takes a mind of its own. Oops, I want to go the other way. So now the painting is starting to feel much better than we probably felt about it since maybe at any point in today's episode, right? Because, you know, I said probably around the 2-hour period, 2 hours ago, that it looked a little strange. You know, it looked very unfinished, and probably not probably at the kind of situation where many people would have abandoned the painting. And as I said, it's just a part of the process. I've been painting for long enough that I see when we're at that stage where everything just looks, the colors look semi-transparent, and it's just like, you know, I've been painting long enough where I can see, like, okay, we just need to put more paint on it and everything's gonna be fine. There's not even a mistake that's happened. It's just part of the process. And just keep working on the painting, and we'll keep getting better and better and better. Right? So now, really, we're at a stage where there's like little details that I want to do, like spikes on her shoulder. Let's see if we compare the original. Like spikes on her shoulder. Obviously, we're going to detail the eyes, the nose, a little bit more detailing up in the hat, on her vest, belt buckle, around the fingers. I guess I'll put a little bit, little accents, some kind of white on there. And then, I forgot about the spurs. Can't forget that. But ultimately, like, I feel pretty good with where I am. So, what should we do with all those things? I've got all this brown mix. I think I'm just going to do a couple of little things to the brown that I want to do before we move on. Just darkening a little bit of these folds. Because the last time we came through here, we put some of the highlights on there, right? And so now we're going the opposite direction. Yeah, I think I might just do a lot of that with glaze. I think that's good enough. You know what, let's just move on from that. Again, I'll do that as a glaze. Oh, maybe, actually, you know what, I was going to do her face, but I think I can do that as a brown glaze as well. I think I'm just going to get what I want to do is take some of this dark brown, or dark color, and mix it into my dark brown to get a really dark color. And I'm going to take this, put it underneath her leather shawl there, or shoulder thing, or whatever we want to call it, right up here. That helps clear up what that actually was. Where else was there a thing like that? Too much up here. You don't want to have too much bright light on the top of, or too much shadow on the top, because it's supposed to be getting darker there, right? Okay, let's move down. We'll do more of this with the glazing. I'm just putting a bit of darker lines in between these fingers, just to... I might even just go really dark eventually, but I'm not sure just yet, so... Okay, on her other glove here. These fingers. Not super happy with that right now. I think it just needs to be a bit darker. I need to shape that finger a bit in the front. So we'll do that. Let's go down to the bottom and the boot. Okay. Again, this is my pinky finger, right? Small details. Don't be hard on yourself. Oh, the spurs. That was one of the main things I was going to do down here. Which I think I'm gonna go at, I'm gonna go light gray with this. So I'm gonna take some paint, mix some white into my gray. Some of this is pretty stiff, so makes things a bit challenging to do small details when you got this paint that has been out for a long time. That's a big spur. I don't mind it being that big. I definitely can't really let it get much bigger than that, or it starts to get pretty silly. It is big, but you know, I could, remember, that's why I saved some of that purple. If I wanted to do anything in here, I will have that option available to myself a little bit later on here. glove, I can just give just a bit more. Let me see. Let me just take a look at that finger. Okay, so let's zoom back out and just see how we're doing. Oh, a bunch more people popping in to say hello. Let's see, again, there's Paula and Donna and Maria. Donna says, Paula, they're talking about coffee. Paula, I love coffee. My son has gone to Prince George for the weekend, so no one is here to make me coffee. I don't know what I'm going to do when he gets possession of this townhouse, as he has been spoiling me. Paul's senior rental home. Donna says, where's that? Millwood Senior Center. Marie says, I definitely underestimated the amount of details on this one. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, I've been here for the whole afternoon so far, and I'm pretty close. Like, really, I mean, I've certainly been taking my time. I haven't been in any particular hurry. I knew most people wouldn't be watching, so I've just been putzing around a little bit. Which is, I think, is my sort of preferred way of working. I mean, there's different speeds. Sometimes it's really fun to work really, really fast, and then sometimes it's nice just to be like super slow. Take your time. So, speaking of which, let's see how dark. We go into here, I think I'll do a couple like spikes and belt buckles and little things around. Do I want to draw? I think I'm just going to leave that there like that. This is... So it actually needs to go darker to get some of the detail in there. Should I do all those spikes on her shoulder? You know what? That might take me a while to do, just because... So I might just skip the spikes. Let me think about it. I'll think about the spikes. Maybe while that's I'm thinking, because I really could only, just with the size of my canvas, fit about 4 of them in there, and it might look a little weird, so sketch the brim of this hat. Again, if you have acrylic pens, it makes all of this go so much faster. And I have a bunch of them here, but I don't even know what I would do myself if I finished early. Well, I got a lot of stuff I gotta do. Stuff that my wife would like me to be doing around the house, but this is sort of my way of avoiding other responsibilities. My daughter's asleep. My wife is left for the afternoon. Really know how what this kind of buffalo horns or bison horns or whatever are. So just kind of, maybe I'll just carry it right across. I'll start to look like a space alien here. Keep it kind of simple. Maybe it was better before I did that, but oh well. Let's look at the belt buckle here. I'm just gonna keep this pretty simple. Okay, and then likewise, let's do, as we go down, Maria says, or sorry, Paula says, it's good to stay home painting. The world gets so weird. That's pretty funny. It's pretty weird out there, that's true. Okay, so I'm just taking some of this gray and some white, and we're going to do a little bit of detailing on the jacket. I think that's going to make a huge difference. I mean, I feel pretty good about the way everything is going so far, but I do think a little bit more. Sometimes you don't need to do a lot of details, but a little bit of them just offer these pops that are very seductive for the viewer, right? They just like make everything look really professional and clean, and so I'm gonna put this a little bit of like a white outline on one side. I don't even know if I need to do a darker one on the other side at all. We'll see. Maybe. Just as a total different aside while I'm working on this, I just see my phone, I'm getting these notifications for all sorts of spam things that get posted on my YouTube videos. And I've had people say, like, why do you keep deleting people's comments? I see there was 5 comments, but they're all gone, which means you deleted some. It's like, well, after the video gets uploaded, these sort of spam comments start rolling in, and they're like links to some website in Russia for, you know, singles, matching people with Russian brides, and pills to do different things to your body that are dubious at best if they're even exist, if it's not just a pure scam. And I just see a couple notifications came in on yesterday's video. I'm like, oh my goodness, some of it's hard to keep up. Could do another layer of, well, let's see, let's just get the first level of outlining done. And okay. Does make a big difference, hey? Putting a little bit of, a little outlining, a little highlight on things. Let's get dark and go into here. I'm going to put wait for that to dry. While it's drying, let's do the outlining on the jacket going the other way, on the other side. So I'm going over a bit of some textured areas, and the paint brush is kind of stuttering a little bit over that. That's why I love having a smooth surface to paint on, because that happens much less. The smoother your surface, The easier your paintbrush just glides over top of everything. The more texture, the more little bumps it's got to go up and down over. This paint's starting to really dry up. I'm going to just darken a little, I just want to do a little bit of detailing with a color that's a gray that's a little bit, not quite as dark as this for her, or it's not quite as light. I guess it looks almost the same. So even though this is not quite in the original, I'm putting it there just to help. Okay. It's too bright. Okay, so I think really now I'd like to be done probably in about 20 minutes. So let's just take a look and see where we're at right now. Getting pretty close. You know, you can see how doing a little bit of those highlights there really transforms this painting. It immediately just makes it look a lot more finished than it ever did before. I think one thing I need to do is clarify this part of her body here. So I'm using these lines to show, oops, that's a little bit long. The part of her jacket, like where her jacket and her arm are here. And we'll go the other way. I'll have to darken that, I could even use a little bit of black in a few places here shortly, but not quite dark enough. You know, it might look really nice if I do another layer of detailing on her jacket. The one thing I'm thinking about right now is a lot of my attention is being pulled down here because of all of that detail. So I feel like if I do something, I feel like I need to kind of be a little bit up there for a while. Let me see. So it never hurts to amplify some of the highlights. You know, as you go, sometimes the paint starts to dry a bit and they disappear to some extent. Okay. Starting to come together. How exciting. Okay. I'm going to get a little bit more definition into her hair. Let's take a bit of warm blue and cool red just to make something a little, we need a little bit. We had the highlights, and now we need just a bit more shadows. Okay. And then maybe while we're here, we may even do the eyes and all that kind of stuff as we get closer to being done here. This paint is I mean, this is old chunky paint. It's not, doesn't want to play nicely. It almost makes me think I should just mix that paint anew, some fresh paint on here, because it is not doing what I want it to do. So let's do that again. Let's just take some little bit of fresh, cool red and a bit of warm blue. And we're just gonna mix these together a little bit. Wow, what a difference that paint, how it behaves when it's out of the tube as opposed to... Wow. Oops, you can't see, can you? So, I wish I had done that earlier. Not so happy with the previous lines there that I just put on. Okay, and I think once I guess we'll put the outlines on the around the eyes, and we'll be pretty darn close to being done. I mean, I'll do a little bit of glazing, but I'm pretty happy with the way everything's turned out thus far. So let's take some warm red. I guess there's a bit of white on there. Just try to avoid. And warm blue. Or sorry, cool blue and warm red. Take a bit of the cool yellow, mix this in here. It's a lot of red in there, making it go kind of brownish. I put a little too much red. And some of that white that I was hoping wouldn't get on there is on there. Okay. So let's where should we start with? Let's the dog here, right? Sure we're in focus. Do a bit of outlining on these ears. Again, if you have your acrylic pens, this makes life so much easier, and I have them too, but I'm just noticing I got the shape of those ears wrong on the dog. I'm just gonna leave it like that, frankly. It looks... I think I might need to add a little bit of brown over top of that line, because it sort of looks like he's got a bandage around his head or something. So we'll tackle that. Okay, let's move on to her face. And often when I'm dipping my paint, when you see my hand leave and I dip paint in, it's not that I'm actually even adding more paint. Often I'm just shaping the brush. I'm going in and just twisting it onto the palette. In order to get maybe a bit of a finer point. Okay, before I put the pupils in, I think I'm going to just put a bit of, maybe even some light brown in here. It's kind of wet. It's a little hard, tricky to work in that area when it is wet. Maybe I just want to shape her mask out a little bit more. Wow, all this paint is pretty dry. Not a lot of... Gotta mix some new colors here, I think, quite soon. I mean, ideally, I won't, because I'll be done. But just giving a bit more volume to her cheek here. There we go. Remember, this is the size of my fingernail, alright? That's the size of my thumbnail. So her whole face could fit on my thumbnail. Tiny details. Oh, a bunch of new comments there. John says, "I'll hit that like button, M." Thank you, John. Good idea. It's a good reminder if you're watching is to hit that like button, hit the subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when the next videos are coming up. On Tuesday, we're going to be painting Thomas Cole. Thomas Cole is one of the most important American artists of all time. Arguably one of the greatest landscape painters in human history. He was the teacher for many of America's greatest artists at the turn of the last century, and he's really associated with what is called the Hudson River School, a New York, upstate New York, or school of artists that were really focused on the landscape. And so we're going to paint really his most famous painting, one of the most famous American paintings of all time. I know that probably there's going to be a bunch of Americans who are going to go like, sorry, who? Or Hudson River, what? And I scheduled it because obviously students are going back to school now, and yeah, I thought it was a kind of funny little play on Hudson River School. But certainly, if you're an artist, an American artist, Thomas Cole is like a giant that towers over the early history of American painting. So we'll spend a few hours with that great artist on Tuesday. Not sure that how much this helped. A little bit. I'll put a bit of that. And, you know, yeah, I'm really excited to tackle Thomas Cole. It's a bit of a challenge, especially because we're going to be painting a painting of his, which is a gigantic painting, and we're going to be painting it on a much smaller scale. So, okay, so I think really, you know, at this stage, we're pretty close to calling it a day. Now, there's a few things that I want to do here. I want to put a little glaze of a shadow just under her feet, and I think that's going to help give a little bit more dimension. Or it's going to help, not dimension, but it'll give the space some dimension. Because right now, she's floating in space, and it's not really clear where she is, right? So a little bit of shadow down there will help. I'm also wanting to do a bit more. I want to do a little glazing to darken her, like give a little bit more volume or shape around this, because right now we've basically just got light and dark, or maybe we got like 3 levels of value. We got highlights, middle tones, and shadow, but there's no nuance in there at all. It's all just one. They might as well be cut out with paper, right? So we wanted to see if we can just give a little, especially in the middle tone areas, just expand that range a little bit with some glazing fluid. So the way I'm going to do that, I think I might mix. It's my dark color. just thinking if there is a particular color I want to use for this. I think we'll just use just gray. So I'm just going to put a bit more cold blue. We'll mix right into here. And warm red. Just a little bit of cold yellow. Now we've got a really dark color. Oops, none of that was on camera. You can tell I've been painting for 5 hours, eh? So, I'll put that to the side. And clean this brush. Yeah, I'm just going to clean it right off. And then now I'm going to use some glazing fluid. This is the first time I've used any medium besides, all we've been using here is just the acrylic paint thus far. The 7 tubes of paint. I haven't even touched black once in this painting, and look, or about a third of the painting is gray, right? And it's not just gray, it's got a bit of a bluish hue to this gray, which I love. As you know, I like my grays and shadows to have color in them, not just to be a flat color or just a pure, you know, pure gray, because it's just so neutral, and I want nuance in everything. It certainly adds way more time to the creation of the painting, but so let's take some of this darker color, blend it into the glazing fluid. So this is my dark gray glazing fluid, and then now I can go over the painting and add some subtlety. So these areas, even like inside the jacket, which are supposed to be dark anyway, I can just darken them down a bit more. Even the belt buckle and her jacket. All of that just dials down just a bit, right? Just adding a little bit of shape to her chest here. Okay. Let's do the same thing with her boots. We're just going to glaze right over all of this leg. So the top part is kind of hidden by some shadow. And it's not until it kind of pokes out at the bottom where some more light hits it. Like this kind of thing is way too difficult to do as just mixing little tiny different colors here. So in fact, let's zoom in. Look at the boots. And we'll even just use a smaller brush, glaze with it just so I can get even finer details in here. Let's do the same thing over here. Okay. Now let's do the same thing on her jacket on this side. It's like, oh no. All of that work just gets so much darker. But it's on the shadowy side of her body. There's quite a lot of glaze, so I'll just pull some of it back off. So it's like I kind of put it on pretty heavy. So as I just kind of scoop a bit off, it lightens back up a little bit. So let's look at her hands here. Donna says, I already hit the like button. Good, that makes me happy. Thank you, Donna. For all those new people tuning in right now, checking it out, please hit the like button, hit subscribe. All of that is an easy way to support myself or any other of your my fellow YouTubers, people that you watch. That's generally whenever I look at a YouTube video, especially because most of the YouTube videos I watch are from the people I'm subscribing to, and to help them out, I just open up the video and hit like before I even do anything. Just it's a habit because I'm a YouTuber. It's just very easy to support people, content creators, just by very simple thing. It just helps the video attract more people that way. Okay, let's come into her hair up here. We'll darken this right next to her face. Okay. Sorry, let's get that up there. Okay, getting pretty close here, folks. Darkening, pushing those contrasts. Oops, you can't see what I'm doing here. Okay. Might be good just to have a bit more nuance in the shadows. Taking my dark. Okay. Well, let's maybe just go right down to the feet here. So all of the light is coming from, maybe I'll go back out. All the light is kind of coming from this side where my left hand is here. So it's going to create a shadow this way on this side of the canvas. So I'm going to get a glazing fluid mixed. Actually, even before I do that, I'm just going to darken the spurs down here. And you know what? While I got this white on my brush, let's just put a pop of highlight. Ah, that was too big. Gotta be super subtle. Like this has got to be a tiny dot. All right, much better. Okay, almost done here. Got a bit of this white mixed up here. Let's look at her chest here. Wait for that to dry before doing that again. Didn't turn out as hoped. It's pretty tricky doing a radial glaze, that's for sure. So let's just not bad. I think I'm going to blow dry that. I'm going to continue getting a bit of a highlight here. Helps. And my eyes are definitely starting to get kind of crossed right now. It gets a little bit tricky after you've been painting for a while to see straight. At least it affects me that way. Just a little bit more of a highlight on her arm out here. That's nice. On her glove. Maybe that's enough there. Not super happy with that hand. I got a little carried away, so I think to help with that, I'm just going to take a bit of glazing fluid and some brown. And go back just quickly. Just hide some of that white that I just put on top there. And now that one finger looks a little short, doesn't it? It kind of drives me crazy because I love drawing hands, actually, and this is a little clumsy. Might be an area I glaze in a moment. Okay. So I think I'm just at the stage now where I'll put a bit of a glaze of a shadow at the bottom. And to do this, I'm going to put this little glazing shadow, glazing saddles. Blazing saddles? Glazing... I don't know anyone's seen glazing saddle. Blazing Saddles, the Mel Brooks film from the 60s. Definitely very politically incorrect these days. So what I'm gonna do is I've got some black, but I'm gonna just add lots of glazing fluid to it so that I can go very slow, because this, I want this to look very subtle. So in fact, that's a lot of glazing fluid. Can't see anything, so that's okay. It's good to find out. Okay, so we'll blow dry this, and then we're just going to do it again. We'll probably have to do a few times. And then I'll have to sign off because it's time to get our daughter up from her nap. Just get a bit darker. Just a little bit more inside her jacket then. Okay, I think it might be done, hopefully. You can see how just that little shadow, all of a sudden now she's exists in a space and not just flying around in outer space, but that's cool. Okay. Let's move this out of the way. That's great. Okay, so just before I sign off, let's take a look at this next to the other Fortnite painting we made months ago, or weeks ago. I can't remember how long ago it was. You know, as I look at this, I probably could have done a little bit more glazing on this side. Do I want to do that? I don't know. I could do a little bit of it. That hand is a little bit sloppy. I could glaze under here. You know, there's always those little tiny things you think coulda, shouldas. This is that one. Let's get this is so I've got a little bit of that purple left over. Do I need to do any touch-ups anywhere? Do I want to do that? I don't know. I think I might be okay. I guess I might just think to myself, should I do a bit of this quick glaze? Maybe let's just quickly blow dry that. Almost done. Almost done. Well, this will be one of my longest ones, and I've only done one painting. I've done the Chi by Chi, took 6 hours, but I made 12 paintings in 6 hours. Obsessed with just fixing this little bit right here on her chest. Ah, I just made it worse, darn it. Michael, you gotta blow dry things. Ah. Okay, I think that's good. So, thank you everyone. Let's take one last look at these side by side. feel pretty good about that. Just those little bit helps give it a little bit more volume, especially over here. We can see the shape of her body a little bit more. The dog, yeah, I think we're done. Okay. So, thank you everyone for painting along with me today. We'll see you in a couple days when we look at the work of Thomas Cole and the Hudson River School. And if you liked today's episode, please hit that like button right now. Hit the subscribe button, the notification bell, you know the deal. If you want to contribute a donation, I'd be super grateful to receive anything, any denomination, any size. There's a PayPal link in the description below as well if you want to contact me through Facebook or my website. My email's on my website. You could send an e-transfer there if you like. Otherwise, please join the Facebook. Upload your version of the Facebook group. There's an awesome, super supportive community of people there. Would love to see what you've been up to. And once a month, I do an episode where I look at all of your artwork, all the artwork that everyone's been uploading, and give some constructive feedback and celebrate achievements by artists from all over the world. So thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. I hope it's sunny where you are, and maybe there's a chance to get a last little barbecue in before the winter hits. Some people in the world are like, winter? You're talking about winter already? It's just September. Those of us in Canada, our summers are very limited. So get out there and enjoy it if you can. We'll see you guys. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Bye-bye.